Rain slicked Ali's blurred areas quick steps as she clutched the small red data chip tightly, anxiety flickering in her sharp eyes. Behind her, city lights cast fractured shadows, broken clocks ticking faintly in the distance. She slipped through the cracked doorway of a dim apartment, where Dex awaited, his tattooed sleeve visible beneath the rolled-up fabric. His impatient gaze met hers, the tension thick in the cramped room. Under the flickering overhead light, Dex inspected the red data chip, suspicion brewing between them. Words were exchanged sharply, betraying their fragile trust in the dangerous game they played. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked window, shadowy figures lingered unseen. Their fleeting reflections shimmered within a cracked mirror hanging awkwardly by the entrance, silently observing. Mara's gloved fingers danced expertly over the security terminal, cracking through dense encryption with ease. Her eyes fixed, determined, as the locked secrets began to yield. A broken clock on the wall ticked uneven rhythms, its hands stuttering in defiance of time. Suddenly, the quiet was pierced by a beep, signaling an incoming encrypted message. Aria's fingers traced the message's cryptic lines, revealing chilling warnings tied to the red data chip's unknown dangers. The weight of the revelation pressed hard against her resolve. From the shadows, the broker's distorted voice crackled ominously through an old radio device. Threats echoed clearly: surrender the chip or face dire consequences beyond their reckoning. Dex slammed his fist against the table, anger flashing over his tattooed arm as blueprints and wires scattered. Frustration twisted in the cramped air, tensions mounting between them all. Mara offered a daring plan, an infiltration of the data vault where the chip had originated. It was risky, but the only chance to unravel the web of deceit surrounding them. Aria hesitated, a haunting memory stirring. A broken clock stopped at midnight, symbolizing lost chances. Doubt flickered momentarily across her sharp features. With determination set, the team readied themselves, the red data chip nestled securely in Aria's jacket pocket. The fractured ticking of clocks outside seemed to count down their fate. Dex methodically checked his gear, the glow of a neon sign casting light across his tattooed arm. His focus was unyielding, the city's restless pulse echoing through the room. At her console, Mara manipulated traffic cameras, her gloved hands orchestrating a diversion to cover their anticipated escape. The city's network became their battlefield. Suddenly, the apartment door shattered inward. Shadowy pursuers stormed in. The urgency of their situation erupted as danger closed rapidly around them. A tense and frantic chase spilled onto rain-slick streets, with Aria deftly navigating the narrow passages. The red data chip's burden weighed on her as every second counted. Dex engaged assailants with striking prowess, his tattooed arm a blur in the melee, while Mara remotely sabotaged their pursuers' escape routes. Their coordinated efforts kept hope alive. They dove into an abandoned warehouse, greeted only by a haunting trail of broken clocks, stopped at various fragmented times. The eerie stillness deepened the mystery they faced. Among the debris, Aria spotted a silver locket, its clasp cracked and worn, stirring unsettling familiarity. Suspicion gnawed at her. Was this a link to a ghost from their past? Mara's gloved hands delicately decoded the intricate engravings etched into the locket. Hidden messages emerged, revealing a betrayal by an informant they had once trusted. Dex confronted the informant through a faceless hologram, the broker's looming presence cast as a dark shadow over the exchange. The unseen enemy tightened its grip. Forced to divide, the team pursued scattered clues tied to the broken clocks dotting the city. Each path carried risk, threading deeper into the web of deception woven around them. Aria uncovered a hidden shipment manifest connected to the origins of the red data chip, intensifying the stakes. The puzzle was unraveling, but the danger escalated with each discovery. Mara hit a sudden lockout while hacking, her gloves briefly glowing as she pushed past the barrier. Innovation and persistence became their only weapons against digital defenses closing in. Suddenly ambushed, Dex narrowly escaped, using his tattooed arm's hidden signal to summon a shadowy ally. The fragile line between friend and foe blurred in the shadowed streets. Aria moved silently through the dimly lit clockmaker's shop, her sharp eyes scanning the myriad of broken clocks that adorned the walls. Among the shattered gears and dusty faces, she discovered a coded map hidden beneath a panel, its design mirroring the recurring motif of fractured timepieces. The map's lines intertwined with images of broken clock faces, hinting at a secret path. Suddenly, every clock in the shop chimed in eerie unison, a disorienting cacophony that froze Arya in place. As the echoes faded, a section of the floor subtly slid open, revealing a hidden passage cloaked in shadow. The broken clocks looming around framed this critical moment, underscoring the urgency of her discovery. Miles away, Mara's pale fingers danced over her keyboard, her fingerless gloves flexing as she intercepted an encrypted communication. The message warned of a massive data theft slated for midnight, sending a chill through the team. The red data chip, though not yet in her hands, had been referenced cryptically within the transmission. Dex appeared suddenly beside Arya, his muscular frame tense as he examined the fragments of the map she had uncovered. Piecing together details from the shipment manifest, he connected the dots that hinted at the scale and timing of the impending heist. Their reunion was brief but charged, the background clocks ticking ominously. From the shadows, the broker tightened his control, dispatching assassins whose distorted voices and shadowy forms moved like phantoms in the night. Their presence was an unspoken threat, signaling that no step the trio took would be unchallenged. The broken clocks in the environment seemed to mock their fragile grasp on time and safety. Cornered and outnumbered, the team was forced to split, each member vanishing into different alleys and byways. This narrow escape tested their trust and revealed fissures in their alliance as doubts and fears crept in. The broken clock motif lingered in the background, a reminder that every second counted and their unity was fragile. Later, Arya confronted Mara, her voice edged with frustration over the withheld truths about the red data chip's potential. Mara's gloves remained visible as she hesitated, the tension thick between them. The exchange was sharp, exposing cracks in their shared mission and the stakes they faced. Mara finally unveiled the chip's secret. It was a digital key capable of unlocking vast and hidden corners of the city's surveillance network. This revelation deepened the stakes, showing the scope of the broker's ambitions and the power the chip held. Their breath hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant ticking of broken clocks. Meanwhile, Dex grappled with his own conflicts, memories of the intricate tattoo sleeve on his left arm flashing in his mind. These flashbacks linked his past loyalty with his current resolve, grounding him in purpose amidst uncertainty. The tattoo, inked with symbolic gears, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the broken clocks around him. The broker struck back anonymously, sabotaging their communications with waves of interference. Each team's connection faltered, isolating them in their individual spheres of danger. The broken clocks in the background fell silent, underscoring the growing chaos and their vulnerability. Arya arrived at a desolate tower, the final clock looming above Frozen at midnight, the very hour planned for the heist. Time seemed to stand still as she prepared to confront the endgame. The broken clock hands pointed relentlessly toward urgency and inevitability. Within the tower, Mara's gloves moved deftly over her equipment, bypassing intricate security systems with rapid taps. Her pale features set in concentration, she fought against digital barriers to clear the path for her team. Around her, faint clock faces flickered on monitors, their fractures echoing the theme of fractured time. Dex intercepted a courier clutching a red envelope, the color matching the data chip that had come to symbolize their mission. This envelope held a critical piece of the broker's plan, shifting their understanding and strategy. Even as neon lights flickered, broken clocks hung ominously nearby, framing the hidden threat. Together, the team narrowly avoided a trap set beneath the tower's foundation, illuminated just enough by failing neon signs to reveal danger. They moved swiftly, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Broken clocks in the area seemed to almost count down their fleeting chance for survival. Mara disabled a swarm of surveillance drones overhead, her gloves glowing faintly as she fought digital battles. This gave Arya and Dex a narrow window of opportunity to advance, their movements urgent and calculated. The broken clock motif lingered, a silent witness to their desperate push forward. Inside the tower's heart, Arya's eyes caught a cracked mirror reflecting her tense, focused expression. The fragmented glass paralleled the fractured timeline they struggled against, reminding her that time was slipping away. The palpable pressure of the impending heist bore down as the clock struck closer to midnight. Dex confronted a shadowy figure cloaked beneath a hood, a mask shaped like a broken clock hiding the intruder's identity. Their brief encounter was charged with danger and uncertainty, the clock motifs on the mask echoing the pervasive theme of lost time. The silhouette's movements were swift, leaving Dex questioning who stood before him. A fierce struggle revealed the broker's true agenda: dominion over the city's invisible digital web, manipulating every unseen strand. This battle was not just physical but ideological, the broken clocks serving as a backdrop to a power struggle over time and control. The stakes had escalated beyond what the trio imagined. Mara launched a counterhack, her gloves glowing fiercely as she engaged in a digital duel with the broker's sophisticated code. The flashy lights and flurries of data in the tower's control room painted a vivid picture of their hidden war. Every keystroke was a battle for the city's surveillance future. Victory seemed within reach until the broker unleashed a devastating final trap, fracturing the entire data network across the city. Alarms blared as systems faltered, and chaos erupted. The broken clocks seemed to shatter metaphorically, symbolizing disrupted time and control. The screen of their devices faded to black amid the blaring alarms, the broken clocks ceasing their ticking in an eerie silence. The blackout left them helpless and isolated, dangling in the dark void of uncertainty. Time itself felt suspended, the motif now hauntingly literal. In isolation, Aria's thoughts drifted to the silver locket with its broken clasp, a tangible symbol of unfinished business and fractured bonds. Memories of its meaning stirred resolve within her, fueling a flicker of hope. Even in the absence of time, connections lingered. Suddenly, Mara's voice crackled through a hidden communication channel, calm and urging focus amidst the chaos. Her message was a lifeline, reminding the team of their shared mission and the strength in unity. The sound rekindled a fragile thread of trust. Dex carefully repaired a small, intricate device embedded within his tattoo, the motions steady and skilled. The device sparked to life, restoring the delicate communication lines that had been severed. The broken clocks in the background began to faintly tick once more, signaling renewed hope. The team reconvened at the tower's apex, the red data chip pulsing subtly in Aria's grip like a heartbeat. Around them, remnants of broken clocks framed the bleak city skyline, time still fractured but not defeated. Their unity, fragile yet resolute, poised them for the final confrontation ahead. The red data chip, once thought to be a weapon, reveals itself as a key to restoring the stolen digital memories held hostage by the broker. Aria studies it carefully, realizing its potential to unlock what was lost rather than destroy. Mara, gloves firmly on, connects the chip to her portable device, triggering a wave of data that slowly reverses the blackout. Around them, broken clocks begin their synchronized ticking once more, filling the air with a hopeful rhythm. In a rare moment, the broker's shadowy mask falters, revealing a familiar face etched with pain and regret, someone deeply tied to their shared past struggles. This glimpse casts new light on the contours of their conflict. Dex steps forward, his tattooed arm glowing softly as he faces the broker. His voice is steady, embodying both forgiveness and strength, breaking through years of silence between them. Aria slides the red chip into the central console. Streams of data flood the system, revealing hidden conspiracies buried deep beneath layers of deception. The room hums with newfound energy, secrets unfolding before their eyes. Citywide systems awaken, lights flicker back to life while long-held shadows retreat into forgotten corners. The faint ticking of clocks syncs with the resurgence of order and control. Mara finally removes her fingerless gloves, a silent symbol of trust restored as the complex digital web begins to heal. Technology feels less like a barrier and more like a bridge between them. The broken clocks scattered across the city start moving forward in unison, marking the dawn of a new chapter. Time, once lost, now regains its steady, purposeful flow. From the high tower, Aria, Dex, and Mara watch the sunrise breaking through rain-streaked glass, their silhouettes dark against the light. The scene breathes relief, unity, and the promise of what lies ahead. In Aria's hand, the silver locket glints softly, now repaired and whole. It symbolizes the closure of their ordeal and stands as a quiet promise of vigilance and hope for the future. Anna sat by the flickering candlelight, clutching the worn envelope that had arrived that morning. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the letter, the handwriting instantly recognizable. "Dear Anna," it began, "I hope this reaches you before I'm gone." Her breath caught. It was from her father, whom she hadn't seen in years, lost to his travels and secrets. He wrote of regrets, of missed birthdays and silent apologies hidden beneath years of silence. Tears welled as she read how he longed to make things right, even if just through this letter. Outside, rain tapped gently on the window, echoing the ache inside her heart. She remembered the last fight, harsh words, slammed doors, and the walls that grew between them. But here was a chance for healing, fragile as the paper in her hands. She reached for her own pen, her thoughts swirling like the storm outside. "Father," she wrote, "I am still here, and I forgive you." She sealed the letter, feeling the weight of years lift slightly off her shoulders. Days later, a phone call shattered the quiet. Her father's voice, cracked but earnest. "Anna, thank you," he said simply. "Your forgiveness is the light I've needed." They spoke late into the night, stories mingling with apologies, knitting together the broken threads. The distance that once seemed insurmountable began to fade with every word exchanged. Anna smiled softly, realizing that sometimes words could rebuild what silence tried to destroy. As dawn painted the sky, she felt a tentative hope blossoming within her chest. Their journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was theirs to take, hand in hand. And sometimes, the smallest letter holds the greatest power, to heal, to connect, to begin anew. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat, it was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. "These ancient stones," he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kaelin's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerged twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kaelin draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kaelin exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed anew, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. "Just a little further," she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, Another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile. "Only the kind that sells in the city." The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind. The scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. Leela awoke as golden sunlight streamed through her bedroom window, casting warm light that made her auburn hair catch the glow beautifully. The soft rustle of falling leaves outside whispered promises of the day ahead. Jasper, her cheerful tabby cat with a white patch on his chest, circled Leela's feet, purring softly to greet the morning. His playful energy lifted her spirits as she dressed in her favorite earth-toned clothes. Outside, Bramblewood Village stretched before her, bathed in warm autumn colors that painted the trees and cobblestone streets. Fallen leaves created a vibrant carpet, crackling softly under the footsteps of the few early risers. Leela stepped into the crisp mountain air, gripping her small satchel and the carved wooden locket she always wore close to her heart. The cool breeze teased the edges of her clothes as she set off toward the village square. She soon met Mr. Thornberry, the kind elderly gardener in his green tweed vest, who smiled under his thick gray beard as he tended to his plants. He offered her a basket filled with freshly picked apples, their red skins shining like jewels among the leaves. Jasper, unable to resist the lively garden, darted between plants chasing a fluttering leaf, his white chest patch flashing like a beacon. Mr. Thornberry chuckled warmly, watching the cat's antics with gentle eyes. Leela's sharp gaze caught a faint glimmer beneath a pile of colorful leaves near the old stone well in the village square. Her curiosity piqued. She knelt down to investigate, brushing the leaves aside carefully. Beneath the rust-colored leaves lay a small, ornately carved box, sealed tight with a rusty clasp that hinted at long-forgotten secrets. Her fingers trembled slightly as she lifted it into the light, the woodwork intricate and inviting. Opening the box, she found an aged map of the surrounding forest, its edges yellowed with time and marked by strange symbols she didn't recognize. The map seemed to pulse with quiet mystery, promising an adventure beyond the known paths. Mr. Thornberry appeared beside her, his eyes reflecting concern and wisdom beneath his gray brows. He warned gently that the forest held old secrets and forgotten paths that could both enchant and deceive. With determination bright in her eyes, Leela decided to follow the map, Jasper trotting faithfully beside her, his tail flicking in eagerness. She tightened her grip on the wooden locket as a talisman for courage. From a nearby oak tree, Willow the wise old owl with striking amber eyes watched the pair silently, her gaze steady and glowing faintly in the evening light. The glowing lantern in Leela's satchel cast a soft shimmer beneath the ancient branches. As dusk settled over Bramblewood, Leela prepared her lantern, its warm glow contrasting with the growing shadows of the forest edge. She took a deep breath and stepped into the woodland, the crunch of leaves accompanying her every move. The forest shadows deepened thickly, and soft whispers of rustling leaves seemed to follow Leela's footsteps, wrapping the path in eerie sound. A chill prickled her skin as the golden light diminished, replaced by twilight's embrace. Suddenly, a path on the map led them to a hidden glen, but an unexpected fog began to rise, swirling thick and white, obscuring the way forward. The familiar path vanished, replaced with uncertainty and mystery that chilled Leela's heart. Determined, Leela pushed through the mist, relying on Jasper's keen instincts and the steady glow of her lantern to light a narrow way. Her breath came steady as she advanced into the unknown, every sense alert to the forest's shifting moods. Deep within the fog, Leela discovered an ancient stone archway, its surface thick with ivy, matching one of the symbols mapped earlier. The weathered carvings whispered of stories and secrets long buried beneath time and nature's embrace. A sudden chill swept through the clearing as Willow hooted softly from above, her call a solemn signal of caution. The flicker of the lantern cast shadows that danced like ghosts, urging Leela to be vigilant. Crossing beneath the archway, Leela found herself in a clearing where a shimmering pond lay still, its surface reflecting the dimming sky with quiet majesty. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the deep, ancient pulse of the forest. The wooden locket she carried against her chest began to warm gently, radiating a comforting heat like a silent guide. Leela felt a connection deep within, as if the forest itself acknowledged her presence. Jasper pawed excitedly at a rippling spot in the pond's glassy surface, revealing a submerged wooden box that stirred beneath the water. Heart pounding, Leela carefully reached in to retrieve the box, its wood matching the crafted motifs they had seen throughout their journey. Inside the box, she found a faded letter, its delicate script hinting at a long-lost family connection to Bramblewood. The words spoke of love, loss, and secrets entwined with the very roots of the village's history. As she read, shadows flickered at the edge of the clearing, and a gentle voice seemed to echo softly through the trees, carrying whispers of the past. Leela's senses sharpened, caught between the natural and the spectral. The fog thickened once more, wrapping the clearing in a dense, otherworldly veil. Leela's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and excitement, tethered to the mystery that pulled her deeper into the forest's secret heart. Following the letter's cryptic clues, Leela navigated carefully through twisted roots and fallen branches, her path illuminated by the steady glow of her lantern and Jasper's nimble steps. Together, they moved forward into what felt like another time, where every shadow promised a new discovery. As Leela wandered deeper into the twilight woods, she stumbled upon a carved wooden statue standing solemnly among the fallen leaves. Its intricate features resembled a guardian of the forest, both majestic and mysterious. In the soft glow of her lantern, the statue's eyes seemed to glint with an otherworldly shimmer, hinting at a hidden magic woven into the grain of the wood. The air around it grew still, as if the forest itself held its breath. Her heart raced suddenly when she heard footsteps crunching softly through the fog, breaking the silence of the evening. Leela turned swiftly, alert for whatever or whoever was approaching. Emerging from the mist was Mr. Thornberry, dressed in his familiar green tweed vest, his kind eyes twinkling beneath his thick gray beard. He confessed that he had quietly watched over the forest's secrets for decades, waiting for the right moment. With a warm smile, Mr. Thornberry began sharing tales of Bramblewood's forgotten past, emphasizing the delicate balance of protecting the village's heritage. Together, their voices mingled with the rustling autumn leaves, weaving a tapestry of history and hope. Side by side, they studied the map anew, their fingers tracing the faded lines until a path emerged, leading to an ancient tree marked by a symbol matching Leela's wooden locket. A newfound purpose sparked within her, fueling their onward journey. As they walked beneath the canopy, Jasper's keen eyes caught a subtle trail of glowing leaves scattered gently along the forest floor. The luminous path lit their way, casting dancing shadows among the towering trunks. They soon arrived at the ancient tree, its bark deeply engraved with runes identical to those etched onto both the box and Leela's cherished locket. The tree seemed alive, its presence commanding and timeless. Carefully, Leela placed the wooden box into a hollow in the tree's trunk. Immediately, a soft golden light pulsed from within, illuminating the runes and sending a warm glow into the surrounding woods. In response to the light, the dense fog that had lingered throughout the forest began to lift, unveiling a breathtaking vista beyond the trees. The landscape stretched out like a hidden treasure waiting to be rediscovered. Without warning, Willow swooped down silently from above, her striking amber eyes meeting Leela's before she gently dropped a small key into her open hand. Then, with a flutter, the wise owl vanished back into the twilight. Leela's fingers trembled slightly as she found the key perfectly fit a hidden compartment in the wooden box. Opening, it revealed an old photograph, yellowed with time yet filled with smiling faces beneath the very same ancient tree. The photograph showed ancestors of Leela gathered together during an autumn festival, their joy captured in the golden light of the past. It was a poignant glimpse into a lineage deeply rooted in Bramblewood's traditions. A gentle warmth spread through Leela's chest, a quiet acknowledgement of her connection to this history and the forest's enduring spirit. She felt the weight and wonder of legacy settle within her heart. Suddenly, distant sounds, soft music and laughter, echoed through the forest, as if carried on the breeze from another time. The melody stirred memories of celebrations long past, filling the night with a renewed sense of magic. Mr. Thornberry explained that once a year, the village held a festival celebrating the forest's magic every autumn, a cherished tradition now forgotten by many. The stories he shared painted vivid pictures of joy, community, and reverence for nature's gifts. Inspired by these revelations, Leela felt a newfound sense of purpose burgeoning within her, to revive the festival and ensure the spirit of Bramblewood lived on. Her resolve was as steady as the glowing lanterns surrounding them. Together, they began gathering offerings from the forest floor, fallen leaves, pine cones, and bright berries, each piece a token of nature's bounty and part of the celebration to come. Their hands moved with joyful intent, crafting the foundation of a new tradition. Returning to the village, Leela and Mr. Thornberry excitedly shared their discoveries with the townsfolk. Sparked by their enthusiasm, a wave of curiosity and anticipation blossomed among the community. Villagers eagerly began crafting decorations and lanterns inspired by the forest's beauty and the ancient symbols rediscovered. The air buzzed with creative energy, and the soft glow of lantern light promised a festival unlike any other. Leela took charge of organizing the festival's layout, using the glowing leaves found by Jasper to guide visitors along winding village paths. The illuminated trail promised to lead everyone safely through the magical evening. Meanwhile, Jasper darted playfully between the lantern-lit trees, chasing children's laughter and weaving joy through the gathering crowds. His cheerful antics brought smiles and warmth to the crisp autumn night. From her high perch, Willow watched quietly over the village, her striking amber eyes reflecting every glowing lantern below. Her presence was a comforting emblem of wisdom and protection throughout the festivities. The festival officially began with music and laughter echoing through the crisp air, mingling with the warm aromas of spiced apple cider. The village came alive, wrapped in the enchantment of the moment and the promise of a cherished tradition renewed. Leela donned her earth-toned dress, the carved wooden locket resting close to her heart and shining softly under the lantern light. Surrounded by the vibrant celebration, she felt more connected than ever to her heritage and the magic of Bramblewood. As the festival reached its peak, the ancient tree suddenly glowed with a warm, magical light that bathed the entire village in a soft amber hue. The shimmering glow seemed to pulse in harmony with the falling autumn leaves, as if the tree itself was blessing Bramblewood and its inhabitants. Leela stepped beneath the ancient tree, her earth-toned clothes blending with the surroundings, and felt an overwhelming presence of generations who had celebrated here before her. She closed her eyes briefly, sensing the joyous spirits of ancestors swirling around, celebrating together in the cool autumn air. Around her, the villagers formed a wide circle, their faces lit by glowing lanterns and filled with smiles and stories. They shared memories of the forest's wonders, their voices woven together by the forest's enduring spirit that connected them all across time. Curled contentedly at Leela's feet, Jasper purred softly, his white chest patch gleaming faintly in the lantern light. The peaceful atmosphere around them made his cheerful nature even more evident as he basked in the comforting embrace of the celebration. Mr. Thornberry, wearing his trademark green tweed vest, smiled warmly as he watched Leela, sensing that the time had come. He felt proud to pass on the guardianship of the forest's sacred secrets to her, knowing the tradition would continue in capable hands. High above, Willow watched with striking amber eyes, her soft hoot resonating through the night. The gentle call symbolized the deepening bond between the natural world and the village community, a quiet assurance that harmony would endure. As night deepened, rows of lanterns illuminated the villagers' faces, casting a glow that reflected hope, warmth, and unity. Each handcrafted wooden lantern seemed to hold a small piece of the forest's magic, brightening the darkening sky. Silent amidst the soft murmurs of the crowd, Leela whispered a heartfelt promise to protect Bramblewood's magic and keep its traditions alive forever. Her voice carried a quiet determination as the carved wooden locket hung close to her heart, a symbol of her new role. The festival slowly waned with a final heartfelt song, its notes echoing beneath the stars and through the rustling autumn leaves. The melody wove past the glowing lanterns and into the night, a lasting tribute to the village's enduring spirit. With Jasper trotting happily beside her, Leela walked home beneath the gentle glow of the remaining lanterns. The peaceful future ahead felt illuminated not just by light, but by love, tradition, and the magic of Bramblewood's ever-watchful forest. The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered, "The key was hidden in the echoes all along." As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and room 7's secret finally found its voice. Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over, shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me," from the shadows. Determined not to flee, she followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, "Find the locket, set me free." Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur, "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Alara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Alara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Alara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Ilara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were a tether to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. "Your courage rekindled the day," the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Ilara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets, but sharing stories with the wind. "The night will come again," Ilara told the children, "but there is always light to find, even in shadows." And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow, Ilara mused, are but two melodies of the same song. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, it struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. "Time is waiting." Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page. Tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. "They're trapped," the whispers said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. "You've brought them peace," an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. "Mister?" Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office sweets. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a lighthearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. Mara's small bakery smelled of cinnamon and warm bread as dawn crept in through the windows. Today was no ordinary day. Her grandmother's secret recipe was finally ready to be shared. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the golden brown loaf from the oven, the crust crackling softly. Just then, Lucas, the quiet man from next door, peeked in, drawn by the heavenly scent. "That smells like magic," he said, eyes wide with curiosity. Mara smiled, handing him a slice, warm and buttery. "It's a recipe my grandmother gave me. but the real magic is a little kindness stirred in," she explained. They sat together, sharing the bread and stories, the bakery filling with laughter and light. Outside, the town slowly woke, the morning bustle humming softly. Word of Mara's bread spread quickly, neighbors stopping by, eager for a taste. With each loaf sold, Mara's heart swelled. It wasn't just about baking, it was about connecting. Later, Mara found a curious note slipped under the door, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "Thank you for the kindness. Would you like some help next week?" Lucas's offer stirred warm excitement in her chest. The next morning, they baked side by side, flour dusting the air and their laughter endless. Mara realized the secret ingredient hadn't just been kindness. It was friendship blossoming with each batch. As the sun set, the bakery glowed softly, a beacon of warmth in the quiet street. Mara and Lucas shared a satisfied smile, the promise of many more mornings like this shining bright. "It's amazing what a little kindness can do," Mara whispered, as they packed up for the day. And in that cozy little bakery, magic wasn't just in the bread. It was in every shared moment and new friend made. Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Aaron about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Aaron saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Aaron and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Aaron's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Aaron's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Aaron as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil veiling their way and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Aaron's wrist. Aaron recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Leora's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Aaron's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Leora, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Leora appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. Guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. Another night, another ghost, he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. The sun was a dull orange smear behind a sickly haze when Mara stepped out from the ruins of what was once her village. Dust choked the air, carrying whispers of a world long gone, but Mara breathed it in and exhaled determination. She stumbled upon a crumpled tin box half buried in the dirt, its metal biting cold to her touch. Inside, she found a faded map, scribbled lines leading beyond the scorched horizon to a place called New Haven. "Hope," Mara muttered, folding the fragile paper with care, feeling the weight of a new purpose tethered to her heart. Behind her, the skeletal remains of buildings stood like silent sentinels, watching her flee the past. Mara's journey was through ash-covered fields and cracked roads, each step an echo of forgotten laughter and lost dreams. At night, under a sky half swallowed by smoke, she shared stories with shadows, keeping loneliness at bay. Days bled into nights, hunger gnawed, but the thought of New Haven's promise pushed her onward. Suddenly, a figure rose from the dust. A boy, no older than 12, eyes flashing with wary hope. "You're going the same way," he said cautiously, gripping a makeshift spear. Mara nodded, and they walked side by side, a flicker of companionship against the vast silence. Together, they crossed fractured highways, past rusting vehicles frozen in time, tombstones of a broken world. One evening, silhouetted against a blistering red sky, they spotted the faint outline of walls in the distance. New Haven wasn't just a name anymore. It was a promise carved into the horizon. As they approached, guarded eyes watched, but Mara raised a hand in peace, the map clutched firmly. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing a community rekindling life amidst the ruins. Children played amidst the gardens, laughter weaving through the air like a healing song. Mara smiled, feeling the heavy burden of solitude lift, replaced with embers of a new beginning. "We survived the end," she whispered. "Now we'll build what comes after." Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. At the stroke of midnight, Emma heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Curious and cautious, she approached slowly, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there, but a cold breeze whispered through the hallway. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of her eye near the staircase. Emma blinked, and a translucent figure of a young woman appeared, shimmering faintly. "Don't be afraid," the spirit whispered, voice like the wind through autumn leaves. Emma's heart pounded, but she found herself nodding, unable to look away. "I'm called Leela," the apparition said. "I need your help to find peace." Leela explained she was trapped between worlds, bound by a forgotten promise. Emma felt an unexpected warmth, despite the ghostly chill around her. "What promise?" Emma asked, determined to uncover the truth. Leela told her about a lost locket buried beneath the old oak tree in the park nearby. Without hesitation, Emma grabbed her coat and followed the spirit into the night. Under the silver moonlight, they reached the gnarled tree, roots tangled like secrets. Emma dug through the cool earth, fingers brushing against metal, a delicate locket. As she lifted it, Leela's form brightened, the sorrow in her eyes starting to fade. "Thank you," Leela said softly. "Now I can finally rest." With a gentle smile, the ghostly figure dissolved into a shower of twinkling lights. Emma stood alone, heart full, the cold night now feeling warm and inviting. From that night onward, her apartment door never echoed with mystery, just peace. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paperclips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling. "What's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering. The spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even Ms. Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. Guess even office politics have a quirky side, Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. In the village of Elderglen, where magic was a whispered legend, a hollow tree stood forgotten at the edge of the Mistewad. One cold morning, Mira, a curious child with eyes full of wonder, found a glowing key lodged in the tree's bark. The key pulsed softly, beckoning her to follow an unseen path deep into the forest. Whispers in the wind guided her steps until she reached a shimmering door hidden among ancient roots. Mira hesitated, then inserted the key, feeling it warm beneath her fingertips as the door creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a realm of twilight shadows and silver light, where time seemed to dance. A figure emerged, a small, elusive creature with eyes like stars and a voice like the rustling leaves. "Welcome, Seeker," it said. "You've unlocked the Hollow Tree's secret, a sanctuary of forgotten magic." Mira listened as the creature spoke of a time when the village thrived on enchantments, now lost to fear and doubt. "You carry the hope to revive the magic," it whispered, handing her a glowing seed. Mira promised to plant it in Elderglen, to bring back the wonder that once bloomed. With a flash, she found herself back by the hollow tree, the key fading in her hand. She ran home, clutching the seed, feeling its warmth pulse like a heartbeat. The villagers gathered, skeptics and believers alike, as Mira planted the seed at the village square. Hours passed, and as the sun set, sprouts of light burst from the ground, weaving through the air. Magic returned in bursts of color and shimmering threads, filling Elderglen with awe and joy. The hollow tree whispered its farewell, its purpose fulfilled, as the seed grew into a new enchanted guardian. Mira smiled, knowing that some keys unlock more than doors. They unlock the spirit of a place. From that day forward, Elderglen thrived, its magic alive in the hearts of all who believed. And beneath the stars, Mira often heard the softest whisper, "Thank you, Keeper of the Light." Rain hammered the cracked pavement as Marcus darted down the alley, clutching the stolen briefcase tight. Behind him, footsteps echoed, quick, relentless, closing in with every heartbeat. He ducked into the abandoned warehouse, shadows swallowing his figure. Inside, the stale air whispered dangers. Every creak sounded like a threat. Marcus slid against the rusted wall, catching his breath, eyes scanning for an escape. A low voice called out from the darkness, "You're not getting away this time." He recognized the tone. Victor, the man who had haunted his every move for weeks. Marcus weighed his options, a broken window or the heavy door that groaned ominously. Choosing the window, he smashed the glass and leapt into the stormy night. But Victor was faster, grabbing his jacket and pulling him back. A fierce struggle erupted, the briefcase slipping open to reveal glowing data chips. Marcus shouted, "These contain the truth they want buried." Victor snarled, "Truth, there's only power in secrets." With a sudden shove, Marcus broke free and sprinted towards the riverbank. Drenched and desperate, he activated a hidden transmitter inside one chip. Instantly, drones hovered overhead, broadcasting encrypted files to the world. Victor's expression faltered, their game was over. Sirens wailed, the chase had ended, but the revelations had only begun. Marcus turned to the rising sun, whispering, "This is just the beginning." In the light of dawn, the city held its breath, unaware the shadows had shifted forever. In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. "If the light dies, so do we," she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. "The light lives on," she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the Everflare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. "The shop owner, Mrs. Grady," appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. "He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered." Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody, hidden within pieces of music, that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter, and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room, a rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." A fierce storm drove Mira's small boat toward the jagged coast of an island that wasn't on any map. She clung to her oars as waves crashed, finally collapsing on the rocky shore, breathless but alive. The island was silent, except for the whisper of the wind weaving through twisted trees. Mira stood, brushing seaweed from her hair, spotting a dim light flickering through the dense forest. Curious, she ventured toward the glow, her footsteps crunching over dry leaves. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. A shadow slipped between the trees, eyes gleaming. Heart pounding, Mira remembered the stories her grandfather told. This was the lair of the island's guardian beast. But the light called her onward, promising answers tied to the legends she chased all her life. Deeper in the woods, she found a clearing where the light came from an old, intricately carved lantern hanging from a stone pillar. Beneath it, an ancient map etched into the rock, showing a hidden cavern beneath the island. The growl returned, closer this time, but as Mira reached for the lantern, a large wolf stepped into view, calm and watchful. She lowered her hand, meeting the wolf's eyes. Instead of fear, she saw a knowing spark, a silent invitation. Together, they made their way to the cavern entrance, the wolf leading confidently as if this place belonged to it alone. Inside, tetrahedrons of light from crystals guided their path through twisting tunnels. At the chamber's heart, Mira uncovered a cavern of shimmering stones, their energy humming beneath her fingertips. The map revealed the stones held power to calm storms, why her boat had survived, why she had been drawn here. As she touched a crystal, the wolf nuzzled her hand, as if approving the island's secret keeper was found. Mira lit the ancient lantern again, promising the wolf she'd protect the island's secrets and respect its fierce guardian. The storm cleared, sunlight breaking through the canopy. The wolf vanished into the shadows, the island now peaceful. Rowing home, Mira smiled, knowing some adventures are not just about discovery, but guardianship too. On a crisp autumn morning, Leela zipped up her coat and set out to explore the woods near Maplewood Bridge. She had heard whispers of a hidden garden blooming just beyond the old wooden planks, and curiosity tugged at her heart. The bridge creaked underfoot as she crossed, leaves crunching softly in the quiet air. Suddenly, a hush fell. Leela noticed a glimmer of light flickering through the trees to her right. Drawn in, she stepped off the path and pushed aside a curtain of ivy to reveal a small plot of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. In the center stood a tiny wooden bench, carved with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Leela settled down, breathing in the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy warmth around her. As she sat, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, "Welcome, friend. Your secret is safe here." Looking up, Leela saw an old man smiling kindly from a distance, his eyes twinkling with stories untold. He approached, offering a hand wrapped in an intricate patchwork quilt. "This garden has always been a haven for those who seek peace," he said softly, "and now it's yours too." Leela's heart swelled with happiness. She had found a place where time slowed and worries faded. The old man shared tales of the bridge, of forgotten holidays and quiet evenings spent beneath the maple trees. With every story, the garden seemed to grow brighter, more alive with memories woven through the air. Leela promised to keep the secret, visiting often to tend the flowers and listen to the breeze. When she left, the garden gently faded behind the ivy, waiting patiently for her next arrival. Back home, she arranged wildflowers in a vase, their colors vivid as the morning sun. And every evening, she smiled, knowing that beyond the bridge lay a world of comfort and quiet joy. Sometimes, she whispered, the smallest secret makes the biggest difference. And with a heart full of wonder, Leela drifted into peaceful dreams of maple leaves and gentle whispers. The wind hummed through the ancient maple grove as Alara stepped cautiously beneath the vibrant canopy. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, feeling the pulse of something far older than time itself. "They say the trees whisper secrets to those who listen," a voice murmured behind her. Turning, Alara saw an old man with eyes like molten gold, his smile both kind and mysterious. "Are the whispers real?" she asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. He nodded, gesturing deeper into the grove. "Follow me, but beware, not all secrets wish to be heard." The leaves rustled in approval as they walked, shadows dancing between shafts of fading sunlight. Suddenly, a soft glow emerged from a knotted tree stump, revealing a shimmering, delicate dragonfly. Alara reached out, and the creature landed on her palm, its wings casting prismatic colors. "This is Aelith," the old man explained, "a guardian of the grove, lost for a century and now found." The dragonfly's light pulsed gently, illuminating runes etched into the surrounding trees. "These runes tell the story of balance between our world and the enchanted," the elder said. Alara listened intently as the dragonfly's glow grew, weaving ancient symbols in the air. Suddenly, the grove trembled, shadows gathered, seeking to consume the light. "Hold Aelith steady," the old man urged. "Only pure hearts can protect the magic here." Closing her eyes, Alara steadied her breath and focused on the warmth of the dragonfly's glow. A burst of light erupted, scattering the darkness and restoring peace to the grove. The elder smiled, pride shining in his eyes as the dragonfly's glow faded to a soft shimmer. "You have awakened the grove's heart," he said. "Now, its secrets belong to you." Alara nodded, understanding that some whispers are worth guarding, and some magic is worth sharing. At 2:45 a.m., Harper's room flickered with the blue glow of a single screen, desperately scanning through static lines of indecipherable code. For weeks, strange signals had burrowed into her radio's frequency, a series of cryptic pulses that no one else seemed to notice. Tonight, armed with her laptop and a hastily brewed coffee, Harper vowed to decode whatever mystery hid in the noise. The pulses formed patterns, eerily resembling a desperate SOS, but distorted beyond easy recognition. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, piecing fragments of signal into tentative words, phrases, And then something alarming. There was a location embedded deep within the code. Coordinates near the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of town. Something about the message screamed urgency. Harper's heartbeat quickened as she debated whether to tell anyone. Instinct pushed her out the door. The night air biting but thrilling as she cycled toward the lighthouse, the signal growing stronger. The lighthouse stood solemn against the dark sky, its once bright beam shattered and silent. Inside, dusty shadows clung to peeling walls. The source of the signal seemed to be a broken radio transmitter, humming faintly. Suddenly, a sharp noise, a metallic clang echoed behind her. Harper spun, heart pounding, eyes searching the darkness. From the shadows emerged a thin figure, pale and wild-eyed, muttering about being trapped and unheard for years. Harper realized the radio wasn't just a relic. It was a lifeline for someone lost in isolation, sending signals desperate to be found. "You heard me," the stranger whispered, relief flooding his voice as he clutched Harper's hand. Together, they powered up the transmitter fully, sending a clear SOS into the night, summoning the rescue that had eluded him all this time. Sirens wailed in the distance as Harper stayed by his side, watching the first lights of dawn break over the horizon. The mystery signal had been a cry for help, and now, silence was replaced by hope and safety. Back at her desk, Harper smiled. The static finally resolved into a story of survival and human connection. She leaned back as the morning light filled her room, the screen dark now but her heart still racing. Sometimes, she mused aloud, the faintest signal carries the loudest message. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance. And in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Long ago, beneath the ancient ironwood tree, the village gathered each moonless night to await a silent whisper. Among them was Ira, a girl whose heart beat with the wild pulse of the forest itself. One night, the whisper carried a secret, a forgotten path hidden under the tree's roots, leading into the earth's deep veins. Drawn by the whisper, Ira slipped away from the village, her lantern casting dancing shadows on gnarled bark. She descended into the hollow path, where stones hummed beneath her feet and moss glowed faintly in the dark. A voice, neither cruel nor kind, echoed softly, "Seek the heart where silence dwells." Ira pressed deeper, feeling the pulse of the earth grow stronger, like the slow drum of a giant's heartbeat. Suddenly, she reached a cavern, vast and shimmering with crystals that caught her light like 1,000 stars. At its center, a stone pedestal held a single, ancient seed pulsing with life. The voice spoke again. "Plant it where roots meet sky, and the world will sing anew." Ira knew this seed was no ordinary life, but the pulse of the forest itself, waiting to be reborn. She grasped the seed gently, feeling warmth spread through her fingers, a promise of renewal. Climbing back through the winding roots, the forest seemed to watch silently, its breath held in hope. Outside, the sky was just breaking into dawn, the first light touching the ironwood's sweeping branches. Ira planted the seed at the tree's base, whispering a wish into the waking breeze. The earth trembled softly. Roots unwound, leaves shimmered, and a new bud sprouted instantly at the tree's crown. From the newly blossomed leaf, a serene light spread across the village, filling hearts with peace and wonder. Ira smiled, knowing the forest's whisper had become a song, one of life, deep magic, and endless beginnings. As the villagers awakened, they felt the change beneath their feet and the sky above, a world renewed in silent harmony. And the ironwood tree stood taller, its leaves forever holding the whispered secret of the earth's endless heartbeat. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat for now, the creature's bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the Veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the Veil. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the Veil's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the veil's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the veil's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the Dark Guardian. The Guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the Guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. the once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the strength and wisdom found on their journey. The unique hilt of his sword caught the sun's rays, symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's-bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. In the stillness of the village bathed by the full moon, Ilara's silver crescent birthmark softly glowed, its light pulsing gently with the lunar glow. Her piercing green eyes reflected the moonlight as she traced the familiar mark on her skin, sensing a quiet resonance with the night. At the forest's edge, Ilara noticed a shimmering, ethereal ribbon of light weaving silently among the ancient trees. The veil flickered subtly under the moonlight, its silvery hues shifting and fluttering like a living thread of light. She reached out cautiously toward the veil, her fingers trembling as the ethereal ribbon rippled briefly at her touch. A faint whisper echoed on the night breeze, unintelligible yet filled with a mysterious urgency. From the shadows stepped Kale, his storm-gray hair tousled by the night air. His weathered cloak seemed to merge with the darkness as his steady gaze reflected the haunting light of the veil. Kale warned Ilara about the veil's power, his voice low and grave, hinting at dangers tied closely to the cycles of the moon. He spoke of forces that could not be easily controlled, and the peril hidden within the shimmering light. Ilara held up her silver crescent pendant, watching it resonate faintly as the veil's light brushed against it. The pendant's subtle glow mirrored the birthmark on her skin, linking her to the mystery unfolding before them. A flashback took her to childhood, when she first discovered the crescent birthmark. Even then, she had been inexplicably drawn to moonlit nights, feeling an unspoken connection to their shifting phases. The village elders gathered in whispered tones, recounting the veil's curse that had loomed over their people for generations. Their stories spoke of restless shadows and the heavy price of past recklessness under the moon. Disturbances grew. Shadows began to move on their own, and villagers reported hearing chilling whispers in solitude. Fear threaded through the village as the unnatural phenomena escalated beyond whispers and glances. Determined, Ilara knelt by a calm pond under the bright moon, tracing the veil's path through the reflections. The silver light twisted fluidly across the water's surface, guiding her gaze deeper into the mystery. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kale confessed he had tracked the veil for years. His quest to uncover its source was driven by the hope of mastering or perhaps ending its haunting influence. The veil thickened, pulsing rhythmically as ghostly shapes emerged, mimicking villagers' deepest fears with unsettling clarity. The ethereal light warped into haunting forms that tightened its grip on the frightened souls nearby. Ilara's pendant glowed with unexpected intensity, revealing hidden runes etched beneath its surface that had gone unnoticed before. The runes shimmered against the moonlit silver, suggesting a link to ancient wisdom. Suddenly, a fierce gust snuffed out every lantern, plunging the village into deeper shadow. Only the moon remained to illuminate the veil's mesmerizing, yet terrifying, dance in the night. Resolute, Alara chose to venture into the forest to confront the Veil's enigma, with Kale reluctantly binding himself to her. Together, they stepped into the shadows where the moonlight barely pierced the dense canopy. Deeper within the forest, they discovered ancient stones arranged in a crescent shape, faintly glowing beneath the moon's silvery light. The stones hummed with a subtle energy, resonating with the veil that now encircled them. The veil wrapped around the stones, growing more tangible as its whispers rose into haunting melodies that wove through the trees. The silver light pulsed like a living heartbeat, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Alara stumbled, and from the shimmer emerged a shadowy figure eerily resembling her own reflection. It reached out, trying to pull her into the veil's radiant but unnerving light, challenging her grip on reality. Kale reacted swiftly, chanting incantations from his ancient journal inscribed with cryptic runes. His voice cut through the night, momentarily dispersing the shadow and soothing the restless veil's turmoil. Their eyes caught a hidden inscription on one of the crescent stones, referencing an ancient ritual designed to bind or control the veil's potent power. The markings hinted at a fragile balance between light and shadow, old as the moon itself. As the night deepened, the veil became tempestuous, tugging fiercely at Alara's pendant and the birthmark pulsing beneath her skin. The lunar energy strained against her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Visions assaulted Alara, moonlit battles between ethereal guardians and veil spirits trapped between worlds. The spectral clashes echoed through her mind, revealing a long-hidden conflict intertwined with her own destiny. Kale disclosed that he had once been a guardian, bound by a curse to roam until the veil's balance was restored. His storm-gray hair and weathered cloak marked years of wandering in search of redemption and renewal. The forest shifted around them. Ancient trees whispered dire warnings as the path back to the village faded into obscurity. Shadows thickened, and the boundary between reality and veil blurred dangerously. A sudden change in the moon's phase warped the veil's form, stretching it like molten silver encasing them. The light's fluid motion intensified, binding Alara and Kale in its shimmering grasp as the night deepened. Alara and Kale finally reached the ancient altar, its surface worn smooth by time but still radiating a strange energy. The crescent-shaped indentation in the stone calls to Alara's pendant, which fits perfectly as if made for the place. The moment the pendant settles, a faint hum vibrates through the air, heightening the tension around them. As Alara presses the pendant deeper into the altar, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts, flooding the clearing with silvery luminescence. The veil responds violently, thrashing like a living current before enveloping them in its shifting folds. Both find themselves swept away, pulled through an otherworldly vortex that warps the very fabric of their surroundings. They emerge in a liminal realm where the skies glow with a cold silver hue, and the land is draped in long shadows cast by an unseen moon. This ethereal place seems bound by lunar light, both beautiful and haunting, its edges blurred and constantly shifting like a dream. All around, reflective surfaces ripple oddly, mirroring more than just their images. From the shadows flicker faint, sorrowful figures, lost villagers caught in the veil's unyielding curse. They approach silently, their eyes pleading for release though no words escape their lips. The air is thick with a heavy grief that weighs on Alara's heart, deepening her resolve. Suddenly, Alara's silver crescent birthmark glows with intense light, casting a gentle beacon that reaches out to the fragmented souls. The spectral villagers respond, their forms stabilizing as a faint connection is formed between their trapped essence and the waking world. This luminous link offers a fragile hope for their salvation. Kale studies the cryptic runes inscribed within his ancient journal, muttering translations under his breath. He reveals that the veil was originally created as a shield to protect the realm from outside harm, but the magic became twisted over time. The intended guardian became a curse, feeding on the fears of those it was meant to defend. They are soon met by a spectral guardian, an imposing figure woven from light and shadow. The guardian warns them solemnly that interfering with the veil is perilous, threatening to collapse both the liminal realm and the physical world. Its tone is grave, underscoring the fragile balance at stake. Torn between duty and fear, Alara wrestles with whether to sever the veil's corrupt power completely or try to restore its original protective nature. The weight of her people's fate presses heavily on her as the moonlight continues to shift all around them. Kale watches closely, understanding this choice could alter everything. In vision-like echoes, they witness scenes from centuries past. A ritual interrupted and mistakes made that bound the Veil's power improperly. Shadows flicker with ancient sorrow, revealing how the once sacred ceremony turned source of torment. This glimpse into history deepens their understanding of the Veil's dark transformation. The Veil's once gentle shimmer now feeds on fear and despair, distorting the village's destiny under each changing moon phase. The shadows writhe unnaturally, as if alive with malice, and the villagers' suffering becomes a continuous cycle of anguish. This sinister evolution curses the land with dread and hopelessness. Kale confesses that he fled the village long ago, overwhelmed by guilt after failing to stop the curse from spreading. His weathered face reflects years of regret, and his voice carries a somber tone as he admits his past mistakes. Ilara's resolve only hardens upon hearing his confession. Determined, Ilara pledges to confront the root of the corruption, vowing to free both her people and the trapped souls from the Veil's grasp. Her birthmark pulses softly, as if lending its strength to her conviction. Kale nods, ready to stand by her side through whatever trials lie ahead. Back at the altar in the forest realm, Ilara and Kale begin a ritual drawn from the ancient runes and guided by the pendant's radiant glow. The air thrums with power as they work in unison, weaving light and shadow to mend the fractured veil. Time seems to stretch as the veil responds to their efforts, but the veil resists violently, twisting in turbulent waves of shadow and shimmering light, fighting to maintain its corrupted hold. The altar trembles under the strain, and the boundaries between realities blur dangerously. It becomes clear that the veil will not surrender its power easily. Summoning her inner strength, Ilara channels the energy from her glowing birthmark, stabilizing the veil's tumultuous flow. Her hands steady as a calming lunar light radiates outward, soothing the chaotic forces. Slowly, the balance begins to shift, giving hope that the ritual will succeed. One by one, the trapped souls start to dissolve into serene moonlight, their expressions peaceful, as if finally freed from torment. Their silent gratitude fills the liminal realm, lightening the oppressive atmosphere. Each soul's release brings the veil closer to restoration. At the ritual's climax, the spectral guardian merges with the veil itself, a sacrifice that purifies its essence and dispels the lingering darkness. Its form dissolves into radiant light, vanishing but leaving behind a restored balance. The price is great, but necessary for renewal. With calm restored, the liminal realm fades away under the dawn's first light, gently guiding Ilara and Kale back to the forest floor. The world feels still and new as the sun's early rays touch the ancient altar. Their journey through shadows and moonlight has reached a turning point. Back in the village, clear skies stretch overhead, and the faintest crescent moon glows softly before sunrise. The suffocating darkness and strange whispers that once plagued the village are lifted. A subtle calm settles over the land, promising a fresh beginning. Ilara's pendant has become inert, its light extinguished, yet her silver crescent birthmark remains, pulsing faintly with tranquil lunar energy. This quiet glow serves as a reminder of the veil's lingering presence beneath the surface. Though subdued, the magic endures within her. Days pass peacefully, and villagers report no unusual shadows or haunting whispers at night. The once ominous phases of the moon now bring comfort instead of fear. Life begins to return to its natural rhythm, free from the veil's oppressive influence. Ilara and Kale revisit the ancient stones where it all began. The crescent pattern now appears as mere faint reflections of moonlight on the worn rock. The altar's power seems dormant, transformed from feared relic into quiet monument. This subtle change hints at the delicate balance retained beneath the surface. The village elders gather to honor Ilara's bravery, sharing stories that reaffirm respect for the moon and its enduring cycles. Their words weave tradition with newfound hope, reminding all of the lessons learned from the veil. Ceremony and reverence bind the community in healing. Prepared to leave the village behind, Ilara and Kale share a quiet moment, their bond strengthened by the trials endured together. Mutual respect and understanding pass between them as they ready themselves for the journey ahead. Though the path forward is uncertain, it is faced united. Before departing, Ilara conceals the pendant within a secret hollow beneath the oldest tree, guarding the Vale's lingering secret with quiet solemnity. The pendant rests there, hidden from prying eyes yet still connected to the moonlit power they confronted. Its silence speaks of mysteries yet to unfold. Suddenly, a soft shimmer returns to the air, subtle and benign, weaving gently through the silvered shadows. It hints that the Vale's protective spirit still endures, faint but unwavering beneath the moonlight. Elara smiles, her piercing green eyes reflecting the quiet radiance. She understands now that the Vale was never truly lost but transformed, an unseen guardian watching silently over them all. Kale nods solemnly, the storm-gray strands of his hair catching the moonlight as he acknowledges the restored balance between the human realm and the Vale's ethereal light. The ancient connection hums quietly between them. As they walk away, the village is bathed in a peaceful silver glow, the moonlight soft and steady. Shadows settle into calm, and the familiar motifs of reflective surfaces seem to hold their secrets gently, undisturbed. Elara glances down and notices her silver crescent birthmark glowing faintly once more, pulsing with a quiet promise. It is a sign of an enduring bond, linking her to the Vale and the cycles of the moon. A final flashback reveals the ritual's original guardian, a figure cloaked in moonlit grace, passing the sacred charge to Elara's ancestors. The lineage of protectors is made clear, bridging past and present beneath the shifting phases above. Kale carefully folds his ancient journal, its pages now filled with new runes recounting their journey and the hope born from this night's revelations. Each word is a testament to the legacy they carry forward as guardians. Meanwhile, village children laugh and play beneath the soft moonlight, unaware of the unseen forces that shield them. The Vale's silent protection wraps around them, gentle and unseen like a whispered lullaby. Together, Elara and Kale disappear into the horizon, their figures blending with the shadows and moonlight. They are ready to face whatever the next chapter of their intertwined fate will write beneath the celestial veil. Above, the silver moon arcs steadily across the sky, a timeless sentinel watching over all beneath its eternal veil. It remains the silent witness to stories of light, shadow, and enduring promise. In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded, a single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly, "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. "This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice," he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The ember's glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Elena stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Elena found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Elena realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Elena explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Elena recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Elena stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Elena smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation, as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. It started with a faint tapping sound, coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned, trapped, alone. Searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. Evelyn steps cautiously into the abandoned village, the evening mist swirling around her feet. Her sharp eyes fixate on the cracked mirror hanging outside the ruined chapel, its fractured surface catching what little light remains. Pulling her faded blue coat tighter against the chill, Evelyn listens as distant church bells toll the hour, their eerie chimes echoing through the silent streets. The sound sends a shiver down her spine, breaking the unsettling calm. From the shadowed street, Marcus emerges, his tall frame casting a long silhouette. The pale light glints off the deep scar on his cheek as he approaches, holding out an old locket with faded engravings to Evelyn. Suddenly, Nora appears, clutching a small wooden box tightly, her young face mixed with fear and fierce determination. Her presence adds a new energy to the uneasy reunion beneath the flickering candlelight within the chapel. The trio huddles close, exchanging hurried whispers about the hollow entity, the shadowy figure blamed for the village's recent disappearances. Each word weighs heavy as they share their knowledge of the relentless force haunting them. Inside the chapel, the cracked mirror's surface begins to flicker unnaturally, revealing fleeting shapes that do not belong. The candlelight dances wildly, casting trembling shadows that bring the room alive with menace. Evelyn strikes a match, lighting a single candle whose flame immediately starts to flicker and sway as if fighting to remain lit. The clock tower's bells ring out again, signaling an ominous moment as the atmosphere tightens around them. Marcus opens a worn journal discovered among the ruins. Its pages describe a dangerous ritual designed to confront the entity, but warn of grave risks involved. The weight of their task settles heavily on their shoulders. With hesitation, Nora hands over her wooden box, explaining in a hushed voice that it contains a charm, a relic passed down through generations of her family. The charm might be their only hope against the darkness that awaits. Resolute, they agree to venture into the forest at nightfall, knowing the entity's presence intensifies there. Evelyn leads the way, the flickering candle a fragile guide through the encroaching gloom. The trio moves cautiously among the twisted, gnarled trees, shadows curling and stretching in unnatural ways around them. Each step forward heightens the tension as the forest seems to close in, alive with unseen eyes. A sudden, chilling whisper brushes past their ears, causing Nora to tremble violently, her grip tightening on the wooden box. The sound seems to mock their resolve, a reminder of the malevolent force trailing them. Marcus swiftly draws a small blade from beneath his coat and signals for absolute silence. From just behind them, faint footsteps echo softly, each step deepening the dread surrounding their fragile group. Evelyn catches a brief glimpse of glowing eyes reflected in a broken shard on the forest floor. The realization strikes them all: the entity is dangerously close, its presence palpable and threatening. The church bells toll one final time, their somber notes hanging in the air before silence falls. This last toll signals the dire stakes. Failure means being consumed by the hollow, lost forever in its merciless grasp. Ghostly cries carry through the night, believed to be the trapped souls lured by the entity's sinister siren call. The mournful sounds chill the trio to their core, fueling both fear and determination. Nora slowly opens the wooden box to reveal an amulet, emitting a cold, eerie blue light that pushes back the enveloping darkness. The faint glow offers a fragile beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Marcus begins to recite the ritual from the journal, his voice trembling as an unpredictable wind howls through the trees. His words falter, challenged by the rising power of the forest and the entity's presence. Without warning, Evelyn's candle flickers violently before extinguishing completely, plunging them into near-total darkness. Only the amulet's chilling light remains, a solitary shield against the surrounding void. Shadows gather and twist until they form a humanoid silhouette with shifting, haunting features and faintly glowing eyes. The entity has revealed itself, its looming form both terrifying and mesmerizing. The hollow voice of the entity echoes around them, tempting the trio to abandon their quest and flee the cursed village. Its words drip with cunning malice, aiming to break their spirits and resolve. Steeling herself, Evelyn relights her candle using the amulet's glow, the flame flickering but holding strong. The brief flare of light weakens the entity momentarily, offering a slender chance to press on. Marcus steps forward, clutching the locket tightly as he invokes a name from the journal, an ancient word meant to bind the dark presence. His determination is clear, though the air cracks with tension and uncertainty. The entity recoils briefly, but quickly shifts tactics, morphing into haunting figures from each of their pasts. By exploiting their deepest fears, it seeks to unravel their unity and resolve. Nora struggles visibly as the entity takes the form of her lost brother, pleading for her to release her grip on the wooden box. Her conflict is palpable, torn between grief and the necessity of their mission. Evelyn's gaze flickers repeatedly as she catches fleeting glimpses of her reflection in the cracked mirror, which now pulses faintly with a reddish glow. The distorted image unsettles her, as if the mirror holds memories or warnings beyond its fractured surface. Suddenly, the mirror shatters violently, but instead of crashing to the floor, its sharp fragments remain suspended midair as if held by an invisible force. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows that dance around the floating shards, heightening the cryptic atmosphere. Among the suspended fragments, one reflects a hidden passage beneath the chapel that had previously gone unnoticed. This glimpse into the underground world appears only through the broken glass shards, suggesting a portal forged by shattered realities. Marcus, bruised but resolute, leads the trio toward the concealed entrance beneath the chapel. He clutches his worn journal tightly, and the old locket around his neck glints faintly in the dim light, anchoring their uncertain path forward. As they descend into the damp underground crypt, the amulet's light flickers erratically, uncertain amidst the oppressive darkness. The walls are carved with ancient symbols, their meanings lost to time, but heavy with foreboding significance. A faint chanting echoes softly from deeper within the crypt, its ethereal tones pulsing rhythmically and hinting at the source of the hollow entity's dark powers. The sound swells as they approach, drawing them inexorably toward the heart of the crypt's mysteries. They encounter grotesque, twisted statues resembling long-gone villagers, their distorted features frozen in eternal warning. A shared unease settles over them as they realize that time itself behaves strangely in this subterranean realm, warping their sense of past and present. Without warning, the entity materializes again, its form dissolving into swirling darkness that lashes out to extinguish their flickering resolve. Shadows ripple as it attacks, threatening to swallow their courage along with the faint candlelight. Nora, clutching her wooden box tightly, steps forward and releases a sudden burst of blue light that momentarily drives the entity back. Her steadfast grip on the box brings a fragile but vital reprieve, turning the tide against the encroaching darkness. Evelyn, drawing strength from Nora's light, recites phrases from the journal with steady, determined voice. She lights candles embedded in the crypt walls, arranging them carefully to form a protective circle that gleams against encroaching shadows. The entity's agitation grows palpable as it distorts the crypt's flickering shadows into grotesque and horrifying shapes, writhing like living nightmares. Its desperation fuels the darkness, intending to break through their defenses and extinguish their hope. Marcus takes the locket and angles it to catch the candle flames, reflecting beams into the crypt's darkest corners. This reveals a hidden altar nestled beneath the base of a twisted statue, its presence previously veiled by shadow. They place the amulet on the mysterious altar, and Nora's wooden box begins to hum softly in response, reacting to the crypt's ancient energies. The interconnectedness of their talismans pulsates faintly, signaling an alignment with the ritual's power. The chanting surges louder, and Evelyn identifies it as a binding prayer designed to imprison the entity forever within the crypt. Their voices join in solemn unison, beginning the sacred verses that will seal away the darkness once and for all. As the prayer begins, the hollow entity manifests fully, shrieking in a blend of rage and despair that reverberates through the cold stone. Its glowing eyes burn fiercely, threatening to unravel their combined efforts. Shards of the cracked mirror begin to reassemble midair around the altar, swirling together in a mesmerizing vortex of shifting light and shadow. The chaotic dance of fragments seems to bind the crypt's energy into a swirling prison for the entity. Marcus steps forward to complete the ritual, but an unseen force violently pushes him back, interrupting his advance. He stumbles but holds firm, clutching the locket tightly as if it might protect him from the unseen menace. Nora sacrifices the remaining power of the amulet, unleashing a shimmering shield that envelops Marcus and halts the unseen force's attack. The effort visibly drains her energy, yet her resolve shines bright despite the weakening aura around her. With Nora's sacrifice bought, Evelyn recites the final verse alone, her voice steady against the entity's writhing resistance within the vortex. The entity's glowing eyes dim slowly as it recoils within the binding spell's unyielding grip. With a deafening crack, the vortex collapses inward, and silence envelops the crypt once more. Only the gentle, soft flicker of candlelight remains, marking the end of the entity's menacing presence for now. They ascend from the crypt into the night air, and outside the old church, the bells resume their steady tolling at midnight. The once ominous sound is now calm and inviting, a promising sign of peace restored. Nora opens her wooden box one final time, revealing a small seed emitting a faint, gentle glow. It symbolizes new beginnings and growth after the long darkness that had gripped their lives. Evelyn touches one of the cracked mirrors, remaining dull fragments, now harmless and cold to the touch. A profound sense of closure washes over her, as if the echoes of the past have finally quieted. Marcus removes the old locket and hands it to Evelyn, a token of their shared victory and mutual protection. The gesture seals their bond, forged through hardship and triumph. The village is bathed in the soft light of early dawn, shadows retreating as nature slowly reclaims the silent spaces once haunted by darkness. Hope stirs gently among the empty streets, promising renewal just beyond the horizon. Evelyn's sharp eyes glinted as she explained, the ritual didn't destroy the entity. Instead, it trapped it within the shards of the cracked mirror, scattered throughout the crypt. The flickering candlelight cast uneasy shadows on her faded blue coat as the distant church bells tolled midnight. Nora, clutching her small wooden box tightly, vowed, "I will guard the seed that now holds the essence of our village's spirit and hope." Her curious expression showed determination against the lingering darkness. Marcus, the scar on his right cheek catching the faint glow, nodded firmly, "I'll stay and help restore the village." His resolve marked an end to their wandering and struggle, a new beginning for them all. Together they discovered that the church bells, once twisted by dark influence, now rang clear and true, able to call for aid instead of spreading fear. The sound resonated through the night, a beacon of hope. The trio planted the seed beneath the chapel ruins. Almost instantly, grass and vibrant flowers began to bloom rapidly, enveloping the ancient stones with life and promise. Evelyn stood quietly, reflecting on the sacrifices made. The fragile piece they'd won together felt like a delicate flame, one they must protect at all costs. With great care, Nora locked the broken mirror shards inside her wooden box, securing the remnants of the entity's power. The candlelight flickered again, as if acknowledging her solemn task. Marcus opened the worn journal and wrote a new entry, chronicling the true story to warn future generations. The old locket at his neck caught the candlelight, a silent witness to their journey. As twilight enveloped the village, soft candlelight flickered through windows, a silent remembrance of the horrors they had endured. The distant church bells rang quietly, their sound now gentle and protective. The camera lingered on the blooming seed beneath the chapel ruins, vibrant and alive. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers as the fading echoes of the hollow drifted away, leaving only renewal in their wake. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. "Just a little further," she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. Maria hurried out the door, her hands full of groceries, and her mind on the clock ticking down to the town's annual garden contest. As she reached her front gate, she fumbled in her pocket. No keys. "Not now," she muttered, patting every pocket again, but it was no use. Just then, old Mrs. Fleming from next door appeared, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. "Locked out, dear. Happens to the best of us," she said kindly, pulling a small, ornate key from her knitting basket. Curious, Maria accepted the key and tried it on her gate. The lock clicked open effortlessly. "I found this in the garden shed last summer," Mrs. Fleming explained. I was saving it for you." Relieved and intrigued, Maria stepped inside. The garden looked untouched but vibrant in the warm afternoon light. She noticed something new: a patch of wildflowers she hadn't planted, blooming in wild, joyful colors. "Looks like someone else has been tending to your garden while you were occupied, Mrs. Fleming said with a smile. Maria knelt to examine the flowers, a note tucked among the petals catching her eye. It read, "For the one who loves the earth, sometimes help comes in unexpected ways." Moved, Maria looked up to see Mrs. Fleming waving, already heading to her own porch to knit nearer the window. With the key still warm in her palm, Maria tended the wildflowers, feeling a sudden, gentle connection to her neighbor and the earth. Together, though apart, they had tended the garden with love and hope. By the evening, Maria had prepared a small bouquet from the garden's new corners, wrapping it with care. She walked over to Mrs. Fleming's house and knocked gently, bouquet in hand. Mrs. Fleming opened the door, her face lighting up brighter than any flower Maria could pick. "Thank you," Maria said softly, "for the key, the flowers, and the kindness." Mrs. Fleming nodded. "And thank you for keeping our garden growing. Sometimes, it's the little things that bloom into the most beautiful stories." The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit. Or should he say, the conspiracy? What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paper clips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling. "What's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering. The spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. "Guess even office politics have a quirky side," Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. Elara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Elara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Elara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Elara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Elara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Elara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Elara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Alara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Alara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Alara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Alara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Alara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Alara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Alara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Alara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Alara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Alara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. Friday afternoons at .com Corp were usually slow, but today was different. Jenna spun around in her swivel chair, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Who dares challenge me to the office chair race?" she shouted, gripping the armrests. Her co-workers exchanged amused glances. Then one by one, they lined up their chairs at the start. Martin, the tech guy, declared, "Last one to the break room owes coffee." The office manager blew an imaginary whistle. The race was on. Chairs zoomed, spun, and occasionally collided, as the hallway became a wild racetrack. Jenna's chair wobbled dangerously as she took the corner too fast, yelling, "I got this." But Martin edged ahead, powered by sheer elbow thrusts and caffeine dreams. Near the finish line, Linda, the quiet accountant, made a surprising boost with a sneaky push-off. The crowd cheered, some clapping, some videotaping on their phones. In the end, Linda's steady pace won the race by a hair. She stood up triumphant, sipping her prize coffee done by Martin. Who knew spreadsheets could fuel speed like that? She joked with a grin. Jenna nudged her. "Next time I'm bringing my helmet." The office buzzed with laughter as everyone returned to their desks, energized by the silly competition. Even the grumpiest manager cracked a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Maybe next Friday," he said, "we'll try a stapler toss." As the sun set, the chairs sat still, but the team's spirit soared high, and somewhere in the back, a quiet challenge was already brewing for next week's shenanigans. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. "The shop owner, Mrs. Grady," appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. "He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered." Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody hidden within pieces of music that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room, a rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, "Turn time and see what should not be lost." The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. "Sometimes," she said gently, "all it takes is a single moment to set things right." She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. "Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack." Mara smirked. "Nothing's impossible when time's on our side." With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Ella wakes as dawn breaks, soft morning light filtering through her curtains, casting gentle shadows across her cozy bedroom. The faint ticking of an old wall clock melds with the quiet beginning of the day. Max, her golden retriever with a small scar above his right eye, stretches lazily at the foot of her bed. He senses the morning stirring, his red collar catching the early sun. Ella draws aside the curtains to watch Willow Lane slowly come to life, the street bathed in warm golden hues. Leaves flutter softly in the breeze, and the neighborhood seems wrapped in tranquility. Sitting by the window, she opens her worn journal and scribbles her morning thoughts, capturing the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp dawn air. The silver streak in her hair gleams as she writes. Max lets out a soft bark, signaling his readiness for their morning walk. Ella smiles and nods, rising to prepare for their familiar outing. She dresses casually, tying a scarf that catches the light just right, illuminating the distinctive silver streak in her dark hair. The morning glow fills the room, promising a new day. Outside, Mrs. Green tends to her garden, humming an old tune while bees buzz lazily around her sunflowers. The sunflower-patterned tote bag swings gently from her arm as she works. Ella greets Mrs. Green warmly, accepting a small bouquet of wildflowers offered as a kind morning gift. The air fills with the rich scent of flowers and dew. Max darts ahead, chasing a fluttering leaf caught in the soft breeze, his bright red collar a vivid spot of color amidst the greenery. Ella laughs lightly, following behind. They reach the neighborhood park, alive with the sounds of children playing and laughter, blending with the rustle of leaves. The morning light dapples through tall trees, creating patches of shade and warmth. Curious, Ella spots a mysterious envelope tucked carefully beneath a park bench, its edges worn. The sight draws her attention amid the lively surroundings. She opens the envelope to find a handwritten letter inside, its message cryptic but strangely inviting, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The paper smells faintly of old parchment. Intrigued by the letter, Ella resolves to follow the instructions it contains, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with cautious anticipation. Max watches her intently, sensing the change in mood. Max tilts his head, his expression reflecting both excitement and uncertainty as Ella shares her decision. The familiar ticking of the old clock seems far away now. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, they set off toward the first location mentioned in the letter, determination shining in Ella's eyes. The morning light shifts, warming the path ahead. Ella arrives at an antique bookstore, where towering shelves and the glow of warm lamplight create an inviting atmosphere. The scent of old books surrounds her like a treasured secret. She shares a silent exchange with the shopkeeper, who subtly places a faded photograph into her hand. The moment lingers with quiet significance. Studying the photograph, Ella recognizes a familiar street corner from her childhood, nostalgia mingling with a flicker of curiosity. Shadows lengthen gently in the fading light. Suddenly, a light rain shower begins, sending patrons indoors as droplets patter against the windows. Ella steps under a nearby awning, the scent of rain mingling with aged paper in her hands. As rain falls steadily, she reads further in the letter, discovering a hidden message that only reveals itself when wet. The words shimmer faintly, guiding her next steps. Max shakes off the rain and trots purposefully toward an old tree in the park, his nose to the ground. Ella follows closely, the damp air alive with fresh life. Approaching the tree, Ella finds a carved symbol matching one corner of the photograph, its grooves darkened by moisture. A chill of anticipation runs through her as she reaches out. Tracing the symbol with her finger, her touch causes a small compartment in the tree to unlock with a soft click. Her heart beats faster at the unexpected discovery. Inside the compartment rests a tiny key and a folded map adorned with intricate markings, revealing a path yet to be taken. The map's paper crinkles softly, wet from the rain but intact. Ella and Max exchange a determined glance, their shared resolve strengthened by the unfolding mystery. Together, they set out to uncover the secrets hidden within the map's delicate lines. Ella and Max follow the winding path, arriving at a closed gate overgrown with tangled vines and rusty ironwork. The morning light filters gently through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground as the old wall clock's ticking can be faintly heard. With a quiet click, Ella fits the tarnished key into the lock and opens the gate, revealing a hidden garden veiled in a gentle mist. The scene mirrors Mrs. Green's garden, but holds an air of mystery beneath the soft light of dawn. Near the center, a weathered bench cradles a faded scarf, its pattern strikingly similar to Ella's own style. The scent of fresh coffee seems to linger faintly, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Suddenly, a light breeze carries the delicate melody of a distant music box, its notes drifting through the mist like a whispered secret. Ella pauses, eyes closed, letting the gentle tune guide her steps. Following the melody, Ella discovers a small wooden box resting atop a moss-covered stone pedestal. The box's surface is worn smooth, but the red collar she sees on Max reminds her to approach with care. Opening the box, Ella finds a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their jagged edges hinting at truths folded away for decades. The wall clock's ticking seems to slow as the morning light brightens around her. One letter among them is addressed directly to Ella, penned in handwriting that stirs a familiarity deep within her. Her hands tremble slightly as the scent of aged paper fills the air. Her heartbeat quickens, memories long buried surfacing with the unfolding words. The silver streak in her hair catches the morning light, reflecting a moment of quiet resolve. Max barks softly, nuzzling her gently, grounding her amidst the overwhelming emotions. The music box melody fades, leaving the gentle ticking of the clock and the rustle of leaves. The letter hints at unfinished stories and a promise of reunion beneath the willow tree at dusk. The anticipation grows as Ella absorbs the weight of these revelations. With Max by her side, Ella navigates familiar streets bathed in the warm hues of afternoon light. Each step quickens with the growing anticipation woven through the soft glow around them. Neighbors pass by, some offering knowing smiles while others cast curious glances. The sunflower-patterned tote bags sway gently in the breeze, linking the community in shared secrets. At the willow tree, in the shifting light, Ella finds an old friend standing quietly, hands trembling with restrained emotion. The sun casts long, gentle shadows that seem to embrace the moment. Their embrace speaks volumes, years of emotions surfacing in silence, a bridge rebuilt with shared understanding. The ticking clock echoes softly as the gentle scent of coffee and earth surrounds them. Ella unfolds the letters between them, revealing intertwined tales of friendship, loss, and hope. Words flow like the melody of the distant music box, binding past and present in the glow of fading daylight. Together, they plant a small seed beneath the willow, a living symbol of new beginnings amidst the soft afternoon light. Max settles nearby, his scar gleaming faintly as the breeze stirs the leaves gently overhead. Shadows lengthen as the sun dips lower, deepening the colors around the willow tree. The old clock's steady ticking blends with the rustling foliage, marking the passage of time with comforting rhythm. Ella's worn journal opens anew, pages blank and inviting, ready to embrace stories yet untold. The silver streak in her hair gleams in the last light, a quiet witness to the day's unfolding. Max curls peacefully at their feet, serene and content amid the tranquil scene. The scent of sunflowers from Mrs. Green's tote mingles with the cool evening air. Twilight deepens the sky to a velvety blue, stars beginning to twinkle like scattered notes in a silent melody. The gentle ticking of the old clock seems to soften with the arrival of night. Ella breathes in the cool evening air, reflecting on the day's mysterious discoveries and the threads woven through her heart. The soft glow of the setting sun lingers in her thoughtful eyes. Mrs. Green approaches with a gentle smile, her sunflower-patterned tote bag swinging lightly as she hands Ella a steaming cup of tea. Warmth spreads within, echoing the kindness in her eyes and the day's gentle light. They sit beneath the willow tree, sharing quiet conversation marked by gentle laughter and knowing glances. The music box melody feels just out of reach, a tender echo weaving through the night air. From Ella's bag, the old wall clock ticks softly, a steady reminder of the comfort found in returning home. The intertwining scents of coffee and fresh earth settle around them as the moment lingers. Ella closes her eyes briefly, savoring the delicate connection anchoring her heart and the promise of stories yet to unfold. The twilight sky above offers a quiet witness, stars twinkling obediently in the gentle night. As Ella inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air, suddenly unlocking a vivid memory from her childhood. This fragrance transported her back to a secret moment long forgotten, revealing a connection to her past she had never fully understood. In the flashback, a younger Ella and a childhood friend sat beneath the sprawling branches of the willow tree, sharing whispered promises and dreams. Their bond was tender and unspoken, sealed with hopes of a future where their differences would no longer matter. Awakening to the present, Ella grasped the true significance of the letters she had found. They were more than words, they were bridges to heal wounds left untouched. Understanding their power filled her with an urge to mend what time had frayed. Max nudged her hand gently with his nose, his warm brown eyes steady and reassuring. His presence was a comforting anchor, pulling Ella back from the depths of memory into the gentle morning light surrounding them. With renewed resolve, Ella made the heartfelt decision to reach out and reconcile with those she had once parted from. Embracing the future meant letting go of old grievances and welcoming the possibility of peace. Together with her friends, Ella began drafting plans to restore the hidden garden near the willow tree, transforming it into a shared sanctuary of growth and connection. The project symbolized new beginnings and the strength found in community. They organized a small gathering, inviting neighbors and friends to join in the celebration of renewal and hope. The gentle ticking of the old wall clock matched the anticipation that fluttered through Willow Lane as invitations spread. As dusk settled, laughter and music floated through the air, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns strung between the trees. The community came alive, united under the embrace of the willow's watchful branches and the warm morning light now fading into evening. Sitting quietly, Ella penned the final entry in her journal, capturing the day's unfolding joy and the healing she felt within. With each word, she closed a chapter marked by uncertainty and welcomed one illuminated by gratitude and hope. Night folded Willow Lane into a peaceful hush, with the willow tree standing tall and steadfast as witness to stories both past and new. Under the starlit sky, the gentle ticking of the clock and the lingering scent of jasmine promised that this was just the beginning. Mara moved into the abandoned cottage at the edge of town, dismissing the locals' warnings as mere superstition. The air was thick with fog that seemed to cling to the crooked trees surrounding her new home. Nightfall brought an uneasy silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and distant howls. On her first night, Mara heard a soft whispering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. She pressed her ear against the cold wooden surface, catching fragments of desperate voices calling her name. The whispers spoke of pain and forgotten secrets buried beneath the earth. Determined to prove herself immune to superstition, Mara explored the basement the next day. The air was damp and smelled of mildew, but something deeper drew her toward a loose floorboard. She pried it open to reveal a small, dusty box wrapped in faded cloth. Inside the box lay a bundle of brittle papers and an old locket that clicked ominously when opened. The letters detailed the tragic life of a young girl named Eliza, vanished from the town decades ago. Her final note begged for release from a curse that chained her soul to the hollow beneath the cottage. That night, the whispers turned into mournful wails that shook the windows and rattled doors. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the walls, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Mara clutched the locket, feeling a cold energy seep into her fingertips. As the clock struck midnight, the floor beneath Mara creaked under invisible weight. From the darkness emerged a pale figure with hollow eyes, her voice barely above a sigh. "Help me," she pleaded, her form dissolving like mist around Mara's feet. Fear rooted Mara in place, but she forced herself to remember the letters and Eliza's plea. The cursed spirit was bound to the hollow beneath the house, trapped by unspoken grief and betrayal. To break the curse, Mara needed to uncover the truth hidden in the past. By daybreak, Mara scoured the town archives, piecing together a story of jealousy, deceit, and a heartbroken father who had condemned Eliza to silence. The betrayal was etched in every document and whispered by the wind itself. Returning to the cottage, Mara carried with her a framed photograph of Eliza and a fragile white rose. She placed them beneath the loose floorboard and whispered a prayer for forgiveness and peace. The air thickened, and the cottage seemed to breathe alongside her. Night enveloped the cottage once more, but this time the uneasy silence was replaced by a gentle warmth. The whispers now sounded like a soft lullaby, soothing and peaceful. Mara felt unseen eyes watching, but no longer with malice. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a faint glow formed into Eliza's spirit, her expression transformed with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered softly, before slowly dissolving into a cascade of shimmering lights. Mara's heart pounded with relief and awe. Days passed with calm settling over the hollow. Mara noticed flowers blooming where none had before, and the oppressive fog lifted, revealing crisp morning light. The town seemed lighter too, as if a shadow had been lifted from its history. Though the cottage was no longer haunted, Mara felt a permanent connection to the place and its quiet guardian. She kept the locket on a chain around her neck as a reminder of that night and the souls who had once been trapped. It was a symbol of her courage and compassion. Word spread quietly of Mara's bravery, turning whispered warnings into tales of respect for the past. The neighbors began visiting, offering help and sharing their own stories. The cottage became a fragile bridge between memory and healing. On one cloudy evening, Mara found a new note tucked beneath her door, a single line written in familiar handwriting. "You freed me, now guide others who still wander." The message stirred hope and resolve deep within her. From that night forward, Mara made it her mission to seek out places touched by sorrow and forgotten pain. Each encounter tested her spirit and revealed that the restless spirits were not to be feared, but understood. Their stories mattered. In time, Mara's life became entwined with the unseen world, a guardian between the living and the lost. She learned to listen beyond the whispers and see the shadows not as threats, but as echoes of human anguish needing release. Her nights were no longer haunted by fear, but filled with purpose. The whispers from the hollow became a call to healing instead of despair. Though the darkness never fully disappeared, Mara's light shone steady against it. One evening, as she lit a candle by the window, Mara felt a soft breeze swirl and carry a faint voice of thanks. She smiled, knowing that the souls she had touched whispered their gratitude in the quiet moments of dawn. And so the Hollow's story was rewritten, a tale of sorrow transformed into hope, where even the darkest places could find peace through the courage of a single soul. Mara closed the door, holding the warmth of that promise close to her heart. Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall. Its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. The rain slashed against the cracked neon sign outside Jack's office, casting flickering shadows on the damp pavement. Inside, Jack Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face as he scanned the case file he'd been nursing all week. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Before he could answer, she slipped in, her heels clicking with purpose. Her name was Evelyn, a dame with secrets buried deep beneath those emerald eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling like delicate glass ready to shatter. Jack studied her, noting the fear that clung to her like a second skin, and the hint of urgency in her plea. She told him about a missing ledger, a document that could topple powerful men and ruin lives. No one else would touch it, but Jack was no stranger to diving into the murky depths where shadows breathed. He agreed, the flicker of former pride lighting his gaze. This was the game he once played, now reluctantly called back. The city at night was a maze of whispers, and every alleyway held a watchful eye. Jack traced the ledger's trail from smoky jazz bars to empty warehouses where danger waited in silence. A brush with a hired gun left Jack nursing wounds, but more determined than ever to see this through. Evelyn reappeared, her facade cracking to reveal a woman cornered by past mistakes and hard choices. Together they plotted their next move, understanding that trust was a currency neither had enough of. The climax came in an abandoned dock, where shadows lengthened and gunfire shattered the night's stillness. Jack moved like a ghost, every step calculated, every breath controlled as he faced those who wanted the ledger, and Evelyn, silenced. In the aftermath, the ledger was recovered, its contents exposing the truth beneath layers of lies and corruption. Evelyn vanished as mysteriously as she came, leaving Jack with a silent promise and an empty whiskey glass. Jack stood by the rain-soaked window, smoke spiraling upwards, contemplating the city's endless cycle of deceit and survival. "Another night, another secret," he murmured, extinguishing his cigarette and slipping back into the shadows of Marlowe Street. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Kale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Kale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Kale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Kale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Kale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myerk consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Meyerk's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Meyerk studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Meyerk assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myrick managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myrick exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myrick studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. Mr. Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office suites. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a lighthearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. Is that mold or art? Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. Maybe bread isn't my forte. But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. You left the door open, she said. Our dog loved your bread. Norman laughed. Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines. From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. Baking adventures are better with friends, Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. In the heart of an ancient city stood a peculiar clock shop, its windows fogged with mystery and time. Marla, a thief known for precision rather than chaos, eyed the legendary timekeeper, a jewel rumored to be hidden inside the grandest timepiece in the shop. No ordinary gem, the timekeeper was said to control moments, bending seconds in favor of its holder. Marla didn't believe in magic, but in timing and skill, and tonight they had to be flawless. Slipping through a narrow alley, she approached the shop at midnight, when shadows were her only company. The shop's bell chimed softly as she slipped in, greeted only by the ticking of countless clocks surrounding her. Navigating the maze of shelves, her eyes locked onto the colossal grandfather clock, adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, behind a hidden panel, nestled the timekeeper, a glowing blue orb pulsating with quiet power. A whisper in the darkness warned her. Take care, time twists for those who tamper. Marla smirked, deft hands disabling the alarm with practiced ease before lifting the orb gently. Suddenly, the shop transformed. The clocks accelerated wildly, their hands spinning like storm winds. Time lapsed erratically. Seconds stretched, then snapped fast, disorienting her senses. She clenched the orb tightly, focusing beyond the chaos as her escape route melted and reformed. With a final breath, Marla seized a moment when time slowed, leapt through a shuttered window, landing outside in stillness. The city around her resumed its regular rhythm as she sprinted into the night, orb secure. Back in the safety of her lair, Marla placed the timekeeper on the table, the air still humming with its strange energy. She smiled, knowing control over time was never about power. It was about moments seized and never wasted. The orb glowed softer now, as if content in its new hands, awaiting the next perfect second to shine. Marla whispered, "Time is mine, for now," and set the clock hands to midnight, beginning a new chapter. Outside, the city continued unaware, wrapped in endless hours, while a thief held the master key to every ticking second. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe, the clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile piece amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm, a razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their haul pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert, a nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lal hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. The map was ancient, edges frayed and ink faded, yet it promised a secret buried deep in the Hollowwood forest. Lena adjusted her worn leather backpack, the morning mist curling around her as she stepped beneath the daunting canopy of towering oaks. "No turning back now," she whispered, tracing the cryptic symbols carved onto the map's surface. Each step was a soft crunch against the moss-covered ground, the air thick with silence save for a distant, haunting call. The compass in her hand spun wildly, as if caught in a playful magic, refusing to settle on a true north. She followed the compass's restless dance, deeper into the woods where sunlight barely touched the earth. Suddenly, a rustle, a flash of vibrant feathers, then a small, clever fox peered from behind a bush, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Seems you're not the only one seeking something," Lena murmured, as the fox darted ahead, beckoning her to follow. Through tangles of brambles and over root-strewn paths, the fox led her to a hidden glade shimmering with golden light. At the heart of the clearing stood the Whispering Stone, an ancient monolith covered in swirling runes that seemed to hum with life. Lena approached cautiously, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. The runes pulsed beneath her fingers. A voice echoed softly in her mind. "Only those who listen with their hearts may unlock the forest's secret." Closing her eyes, Lena breathed deeply, attuning herself to the subtle whispers of the wind brushing through the leaves. Images bloomed in her mind. A hidden doorway beside the stone, sealed for centuries but waiting to be opened. With a gentle press, the ground beside the monolith shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel descending into the earth. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Lena stepped inside, the glow from the runes lighting her way. The passage led to a cavern filled with crystals that shimmered like stars, reflecting the dreams of all who sought the forest's heart. Amid the crystals lay a small chest, bound with silver and marked with the same symbols as the map. Opening it, Lena found a simple locket containing a seed pulsating with life, a symbol of new beginnings and harmony with nature. Emerging from the forest, Lena smiled, knowing the true treasure was the journey itself and the bond she'd formed with the whispering winds. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. The alarm's humming was the only sound cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, team. The Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself. Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. "Package secured, exfil route." Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. "Rooftop extraction ready. Deploying zipline now." They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the clockwork caper would quietly echo through the streets. The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. The sky split silently just after midnight, casting a pale glow over the deserted city streets. Lena's fingers trembled as she adjusted the settings on the quantum scanner, her breath shallow with anticipation. "If these readings are right," she murmured, "we're staring at a rift in space-time itself." The device buzzed, emitting a steady hum that resonated through the hollow chamber where Lena worked. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, a translucent tear revealing glimpses of a parallel world. She leaned closer, eyes wide, watching shadows dance across the surface, foreign yet familiar. "It's like looking into a pond reflecting another life," the voice behind her whispered. Startled, Lena turned to see her colleague, Mark, illuminated by the eerie light from the rift. "This changes everything," Mark said, his voice filled with awe and fear. Without warning, a figure stepped through, unstable but unmistakably human. Lena reached out, heart pounding as the stranger's hand met hers, a bridge between realities. "We don't have much time," the visitor warned. "The rift is tearing us apart." Together, they raced against the clock, calibrating the scanner to stabilize the breach. Alarms blared as devices overloaded, and the rift pulsed with increasing intensity. Lena whispered a desperate plea, "Hold on just a little longer." With a final surge, the rift blinked, its chaos settling into a steady glow. The stranger smiled faintly. "You saved us all today." As the rift sealed, peace returned, leaving only the hum of possibilities in its wake. Lena exhaled, knowing the boundary between worlds was no longer a barrier, but a bridge. And in the quiet aftermath, she smiled, ready for whatever might step through next. Lena moved into the old cottage on the edge of town, drawn by its charm and whispering secrets. The locals warned her the walls had ears, but she laughed it off as a quaint superstition. The first night, shadows flickered under the door, and soft murmurs tickled her ears. Curious, Lena pressed her hand to the cold plaster and heard a faint voice, almost a sigh. "Help us," it whispered, a chill threading through her bones. Determined to uncover the source, she explored the attic, dust motes swirling in the moonlight. There, a cracked mirror reflected not her face, but a procession of pale figures trapped behind the glass. Their eyes pleaded for release, mouths moving soundlessly as the whispers grew louder. Lena felt a pull, a need to break their prison, to shatter the cursed glass. She grabbed a heavy candlestick and swung it hard, shards scattering across the wooden floor. The air cleared, and the voices transformed into grateful sighs that filled the room with warmth. The figures faded softly, no longer bound, their presence lingering as gentle light. Daybreak found Lena sitting amidst the splinters, a serene calm replacing the night's torment. She smiled, realizing the cottage was a sanctuary, a place between worlds where kindness freed lost souls. From then on, the whispers only sang lullabies, and the walls held a peaceful hush. Lena grew to cherish her home, where the unseen and the living shared quiet companionship. She often spoke into the air, "You're safe now," and the breeze seemed to answer back. The cottage, once feared, became a beacon of hope and gentle mystery in the town. Neighbors noticed a new light in Lena's eyes, a calm strength born from the night's encounter. And so, the whispers became a story of liberation, told softly beneath the stars. On a crisp autumn morning, Emily noticed something was missing: a cozy blue sweater she loved dearly. She searched her small cottage from corner to corner, lifting cushions and peeking under furniture. Outside, the sun was just beginning to warm the world, casting golden light through the window. Emily remembered yesterday's walk through the park and wondered if she might have left it there. Bundling up, she stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the comforting chill of fall. She made her way to the park, where crunchy leaves carpeted the winding paths. As she walked, she greeted familiar faces: Mr. Jenkins tending his roses and little Mia chasing after a butterfly. Emily asked if anyone had seen her blue sweater. No one had yet, but they promised to keep an eye out. Just as doubt began to creep in, Emily spotted a flash of blue near the old oak tree. She hurried over and found her sweater caught on a low branch, gently swaying in the breeze. Relieved, she laughed softly. I suppose it wanted to see the sunrise too. On her way home, she wrapped the sweater around her shoulders, feeling its warmth return to her spirit. Back inside, she brewed a cup of tea and settled by the window, the sweater snug and familiar. The sunlight spilled in, filling the room with a golden glow that felt like a gentle hug. Emily smiled, realizing that sometimes small troubles lead to unexpected moments of peace. She thought, maybe I'll take more walks and let the world surprise me more often. Outside, leaves danced playfully, as if celebrating Emily's little adventure. The morning unfolded quietly, a perfect blend of warmth, light, and simple joy. And with that, the day seemed full of promise, wrapped up in the comfort of a lost and found sweater. Emily whispered to herself, sometimes, all you need is a little patience and a cozy sweater to brighten your morning. On a crisp autumn morning, Leela zipped up her coat and set out to explore the woods near Maplewood Bridge. She had heard whispers of a hidden garden blooming just beyond the old wooden planks, and curiosity tugged at her heart. The bridge creaked underfoot as she crossed, leaves crunching softly in the quiet air. Suddenly, a hush fell. Leela noticed a glimmer of light flickering through the trees to her right. Drawn in, she stepped off the path and pushed aside a curtain of ivy to reveal a small plot of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. In the center stood a tiny wooden bench, carved with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Leela settled down, breathing in the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy warmth around her. As she sat, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, "Welcome, friend. Your secret is safe here." Looking up, Leela saw an old man smiling kindly from a distance, his eyes twinkling with stories untold. He approached, offering a hand wrapped in an intricate patchwork quilt. "This garden has always been a haven for those who seek peace," he said softly, "and now, it's yours too." Leela's heart swelled with happiness. She had found a place where time slowed and worries faded. The old man shared tales of the bridge, of forgotten holidays and quiet evenings spent beneath the maple trees. With every story, the garden seemed to grow brighter, more alive with memories woven through the air. Leela promised to keep the secret, visiting often to tend the flowers and listen to the breeze. When she left, the garden gently faded behind the ivy, waiting patiently for her next arrival. Back home, she arranged wildflowers in a vase, their colors vivid as the morning sun. And every evening, she smiled, knowing that beyond the bridge lay a world of comfort and quiet joy. Sometimes, she whispered, the smallest secret makes the biggest difference. And with a heart full of wonder, Leela drifted into peaceful dreams of maple leaves and gentle whispers. Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. Sometimes, she mused, all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter. With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. The rain tapped softly against the old wooden window, each drop a reminder of time slipping away. Clara stared at the faded photograph on the mantelpiece, her fingers tracing the outline of a once familiar face. Her heart tightened. 20 years ago, she had left this town, chasing dreams that felt too big for this small place. But dreams, she learned, have a way of circling back, much like the seasons. A knock blended into the rhythm of the storm outside. Clara's breath caught. Who would come after all these years? Opening the door, she found him standing there, soaked but unmistakably him. "I never stopped thinking about you," he said softly, the vulnerability in his voice clearer than the rain. Clara's eyes searched his face, memories flooding in like the tide. There was anger, yes, but also a profound sadness that mirrored her own. They sat in silence, the storm a backdrop to years of unspoken words. "Why now?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked down, struggling before meeting her gaze. "Because it took me this long to understand what I lost." The room filled with a fragile hope, delicate as the rain outside. They talked, shared stories of lost time, and the paths that led them astray. Each word was a stitch, weaving a tapestry of healing and forgiveness. Though the past was a shadow, it no longer defined them. As the storm slowed, a quiet peace settled between them. Clara smiled, a weight lifting from her chest. "Maybe some echoes are meant to bring us home." He nodded, reaching out to take her hand with gentle certainty. Outside, the clouds parted, revealing a clear, hopeful dawn. Lena set her keys on the table and sighed. Another quiet evening at home. Just as she sank into the couch, a gentle knock came from the door. Surprised, she opened it to find a small, soaked stray dog shivering on her porch. Without hesitation, Lena wrapped the dog in her jacket and brought it inside. As she dried the dog with a towel, it looked up at her with big, hopeful eyes. Curious, Lena decided to check if the dog had a collar or any identification. No tag, but a thin red ribbon was tied carefully around its neck. She prepared a bowl of warm water and some leftover chicken, watching nervously as the dog ate. A soft tail wag convinced her the dog felt safe now, a quiet companionship already forming. Lena pulled out her phone to post a picture, hoping to find the dog's owner. Hours passed without any calls, and the dog curled up beside her as if it belonged there. She smiled softly, thinking, maybe you're not just a visitor, maybe you're a new friend. The next morning, The dog greeted her with enthusiastic barks and happy eyes. Lena found herself humming in the kitchen, a warmth spreading inside her she hadn't felt in a while. She put up flyers around the neighborhood, but still no one claimed him. The dog, whom she named Milo, followed her everywhere, her new shadow. Days turned into a week, and Milo settled comfortably into the rhythm of their shared home. Lena realized that sometimes, what you need comes unexpectedly. Her quiet evenings no longer felt lonely. They were filled with soft paws and joyful companionship. With a contented sigh, Lena whispered, "Welcome home, Milo." At the stroke of midnight, Emma heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Curious and cautious, she approached slowly, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there, but a cold breeze whispered through the hallway. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of her eye near the staircase. Emma blinked, and a translucent figure of a young woman appeared, shimmering faintly. "Don't be afraid," the spirit whispered, voice like the wind through autumn leaves. Emma's heart pounded, but she found herself nodding, unable to look away. "I'm called Leela," the apparition said. "I need your help to find peace." Leela explained she was trapped between worlds, bound by a forgotten promise. Emma felt an unexpected warmth, despite the ghostly chill around her. "What promise?" Emma asked, determined to uncover the truth. Leela told her about a lost locket buried beneath the old oak tree in the park nearby. Without hesitation, Emma grabbed her coat and followed the spirit into the night. Under the silver moonlight, they reached the gnarled tree, roots tangled like secrets. Emma dug through the cool earth, fingers brushing against metal, a delicate locket. As she lifted it, Leela's form brightened, the sorrow in her eyes starting to fade. "Thank you," Leela said softly. "Now I can finally rest." With a gentle smile, the ghostly figure dissolved into a shower of twinkling lights. Emma stood alone, heart full, the cold night now feeling warm and inviting. From that night onward, her apartment door never echoed with mystery, just peace. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. "Sometimes," she said to the group, "the best ideas come from unexpected places." The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Miso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. "Tomorrow," Lena whispered, "I'll start a new page." In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly, "Rest now, you're free." Rain hammered the cracked pavement as Marcus darted down the alley, clutching the stolen briefcase tight. Behind him, footsteps echoed, quick, relentless, closing in with every heartbeat. He ducked into the abandoned warehouse, shadows swallowing his figure. Inside, the stale air whispered dangers. Every creak sounded like a threat. Marcus slid against the rusted wall, catching his breath, eyes scanning for an escape. A low voice called out from the darkness, "You're not getting away this time." He recognized the tone. Victor, the man who had haunted his every move for weeks. Marcus weighed his options: a broken window or the heavy door that groaned ominously. Choosing the window, he smashed the glass and leapt into the stormy night. But Victor was faster, grabbing his jacket and pulling him back. A fierce struggle erupted, the briefcase slipping open to reveal glowing data chips. Marcus shouted, "These contain the truth they want buried." Victor snarled, "Truth, there's only power in secrets." With a sudden shove, Marcus broke free and sprinted towards the riverbank. Drenched and desperate, he activated a hidden transmitter inside one chip. Instantly, drones hovered overhead, broadcasting encrypted files to the world. Victor's expression faltered. Their game was over. Sirens wailed. The chase had ended, but the revelations had only begun. Marcus turned to the rising sun, whispering, "This is just the beginning." In the light of dawn, the city held its breath, unaware the shadows had shifted forever. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait: whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police. But the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. A fierce storm drove Mira's small boat toward the jagged coast of an island that wasn't on any map. She clung to her oars as waves crashed, finally collapsing on the rocky shore, breathless but alive. The island was silent, except for the whisper of the wind weaving through twisted trees. Mira stood, brushing seaweed from her hair, spotting a dim light flickering through the dense forest. Curious, she ventured toward the glow, her footsteps crunching over dry leaves. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. A shadow slipped between the trees, eyes gleaming. Heart pounding, Mira remembered the stories her grandfather told. This was the lair of the island's guardian beast. But the light called her onward, promising answers tied to the legends she'd chased all her life. Deeper in the woods, she found a clearing where the light came from an old, intricately carved lantern hanging from a stone pillar. Beneath it, an ancient map etched into the rock, showing a hidden cavern beneath the island. The growl returned, closer this time, but as Mira reached for the lantern, a large wolf stepped into view, calm and watchful. She lowered her hand, meeting the wolf's eyes. Instead of fear, she saw a knowing spark, a silent invitation. Together, they made their way to the cavern entrance, the wolf leading confidently, as if this place belonged to it alone. Inside, tetrahedrons of light from crystals guided their path through twisting tunnels. At the chamber's heart, Mira uncovered a cavern of shimmering stones, their energy humming beneath her fingertips. The map revealed the stones held power to calm storms, why her boat had survived, why she had been drawn here. As she touched a crystal, the wolf nuzzled her hand, as if approving the island's secret keeper was found. Mira lit the ancient lantern again, promising the wolf she'd protect the island's secrets and respect its fierce guardian. The storm cleared, sunlight breaking through the canopy. The wolf vanished into the shadows, the island now peaceful. Rowing home, Mira smiled, knowing some adventures are not just about discovery, but guardianship too. The map had never led anyone back. Lena unfolded the brittle parchment under the fading light, eyes sharp with determination. They say the rift speaks. Her mentor had warned, voice gravely. Yet here she was, standing at the chasm's edge, heart pounding with both fear and hope. Suddenly, a whisper unlike any breeze drifted from the depths. "Come closer," it seemed to chant, a voice ancient and laced with secrets. Lena stepped forward, feet steady despite the abyss below. The winds shifted, revealing an invisible path shimmering faintly in the air. With cautious steps, she descended, each echo blending with whispered tales of lost travelers. Midway, a glowing glyph pulsed beneath her touch, illuminating murals carved ages ago. They told a story of a guardian trapped within, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. "Why me?" Lena whispered, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. A soft warmth enveloped her, and the guardian's voice resonated. "Your heart knows the way." Following the glowing trail, Lena reached a chamber where light and shadow danced in harmony. There, suspended in crystalline chains, hovered an orb of pure energy. Gently, she reached out, breaking the bonds with a surge of courage and faith. As the orb ascended, the rift began to hum, the ground steadying beneath her feet. Outside, the sky cleared, revealing a horizon bursting with promise and endless trails. Lena smiled, knowing she'd not only returned, but unlocked a destiny intertwined with forgotten lore. "Every whisper has a voice," she said softly, stepping into the dawn, ready for whatever awaited. At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Alara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Alara, entrusting her with its restoration. Alara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Alara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Alara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Alara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Alara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Alara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Alara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Alara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Alara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Alara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Elara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Elara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Elara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Elara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Elara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Elara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Elara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Elara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Elara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Elara's hand-carved lantern. Elara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Elara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Elara, heart pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Elara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Elara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Elara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Alara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Alara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Alara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the Lantern Keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Alara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Alara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Alara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Alara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Alara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Alara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Alara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Alara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Alara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Alara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Alara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Alara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, the group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Alara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Alara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried